Unfortunately, some invoices don't make it to us on a timely basis, and we may go beyond that. And so on average, I would say we definitely pay with a net 30.
Okay. And again, I'm asking net 30 based on the cash and talking about the 90 days on hand and just kind of putting it all together.
And that's just off the top of my head. You know, I haven't run the calculation lately, but we try to pay promptly.
Okay. I appreciate
we want
that.
The vendors doing business with us.
Exactly. It's good to take care of our vendors, right? Just like our people.
Yeah.
All right. Well, I appreciate that, Ms. Schlack. I think that is all of the questions for this evening for you. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
And it looks like that is our only information item. So we're going to move on to public comment. And there are 0 speakers. Okay. Do we have any speakers? I'll just read it. The board encourages and welcomes comments and input from our patrons. Please limit your comments to 3 minutes, and please refrain from mentioning a student or employee's name when voicing a concern or complaint, as board policy provides alternative procedures through the grievance process policies, GF local or DGBA local, to seek resolution to complaints. I will read the name of the person registered to speak and share that they have 3 minutes to make their comments. Once the speaker starts the comments, the board secretary, Dr. Shirley Rose Gilliam, will announce when they have 30 seconds remaining. Once the 3-minute time limit has expired and whether the speaker has concluded their comments, Dr. Shirley Rose Gilliam will announce that the speaker's time has elapsed. I then ask that you return to your seat. Do we have any speakers? And yeah. Okay. Why is this? Seeing none. May I have a motion to adjourn?
I move to adjourn.
All right. The time is 6:02 p.m. and we are now adjourned. We can do.
May I please have everyone's attention? Before the meeting begins, we ask that everyone please silence your cell phones. The Fort Bend ISD Board of Trustee meeting is an open meeting for the public to observe the board conducting district business. Therefore, patrons may only address the board during the designated audience item section on the agenda. If you have printed materials you want to give to board members, you must provide them to me or any other officer present, and we will provide them to the board. We also ask that members of the audience please be respectful of others by remaining quiet so that everyone is able to hear the proceedings. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. The time is 6:04 p.m. and this meeting is hereby called to order. We have the presence of a quorum attending in person. Notice of this meeting has been posted online and at the Fort Bend ISD Administration Building for at least 72 hours. We'll begin with our superintendent's update. Passing it on to you, Dr. Whitbeck.
Thank you. I guess they're pulling it up. Give them just a moment here. All right, so update for today. Starting off with, tomorrow is Election Day. And so we have definitely, we may need some help here on the movement of the slides. There we go. And as everyone knows, we have a ballot item on the ballot this time of a VATRE, and that is Proposition A. There it is on the screen. Difficult to understand, but as we have shared, this is a proposition that would allow the tax rate of $1.21 to be maintained, bringing in $47.66 million to the district. We wanted to share that everyone has been busy, and I know our board is part of that. 81 staff meetings, 11 feeder pattern sessions, over 30 meetings at booster clubs, civics groups, Chamber of Commerce, Economic Development, HOAs, and other organizations. And we've also had some outside entities. There's a picture with Canberra Marshall, who was very friendly in asking detailed information for our public. This is on Channel 2 and can provide on their website and can provide additional information. And I believe, if I'm right, Sherry Williams, this is on our website now as well. We also have, of course, we're fortunate to have Sherry Williams with us because she is our former, Channel 11, I believe it was, celebrity and newscaster, and she did an information session with Deputy Superintendent Bassett, myself, asking the questions, and our community can go to the website and literally hone in on what part they may have a question about, and it is sectioned off to just find what you're interested in. So Election Day is tomorrow, and we encourage everyone to exercise their right to vote. We have some congratulations in store out and about in our community and with our students. Congratulations to Austin High School Band. They just got back from UIL state competition at the Alamodome in San Antonio. They advanced to state after finishing third in area competition and fourth in finals. And I want to mention, I think there's another picture here. Their show was of the USO. It was a tribute to the USO. It was very patriotic and very inspiring. I got a chance to see it at a football game and at our band night. And so it is not a surprise to me that they were able to advance that far. It was quite amazing. We also want to congratulate Clements High School, who placed 8th in the finals but did not advance to state. And a great job to all students and staff. And as soon as we get state results, we'll let everyone know. Looking in the area of fine arts, middle schools had some action on the UIL one-act play results. They competed just this last week, and you can see there our schools, Baines, Fort Settlement, Sartartia, Crockett, Thornton, all advanced to the district competition. And just in, I guess we have hot breaking news. We have the results from district, and Crockett is our district champion. Thornton is our first runner-up, and Fort Settlement is a second runner-up. And now they go to by-district competition this Wednesday. So congratulations to those teams. Moving to a little bit different perspective, but really actually very related to the Whole Child, Whole Health Initiative. And we want to make sure that our community is aware we're exploring post-secondary options for students. There is a parent webinar on Zoom Wednesday, November 16th at 6 p.m. So we want to make sure we're letting our community know about that. And then we have a quick fact from SHAC, our Health Advisory Committee, and they're just reminding us that mental health problems, they don't define who you are. They are something that you experience, and most everyone will have them at some point in their life. And so we need to know that everyone to know that we have lots of ways to help our students and our staff. And lastly, we just say congratulations to our Astros, and we're looking forward to Election Day tomorrow and to the future days in our district. Things are looking great. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Whitbeck. And yes, how about those Astros? Wow, World Series champs again. Pretty impressive. We are going to move on to our first item of business, which is to review and discuss possible legislative priorities for the 88th legislative session. It was 89th. And I want to start by saying I'm looking at this document and I see the email document and I'm not sure what exactly happened, but there's a few things missing in here. So I kind of want to go ahead.
I can go get whatever you think.
No, it's not. It's y'all didn't. I'm looking right now on there. I'm not sure about the saving. It's fine. We'll roll with it. Anyhow, so our goal is to identify, review, and align our priorities for all stakeholders in preparation of adopting the Fort Bend ISD legislative priorities for the upcoming session. And we intend to advocate and support a public education in doing what's best for all kids, especially those right here in Fort Bend ISD. We felt like it's imperative that we hear from all stakeholders and that they are included in these priorities. And so far, what have we done? We've engaged with listening to parents, community members, staff, teachers, and students. We attended TASB legislative priority sessions surrounding the TASB priorities. We met and discussed at a board committee. We also met with administration to listen to them. And then we met lastly with the board themselves and requested feedback from the board, which we did receive. And so why are we here tonight? Well, we're here to continue carrying on that discussion as a board to adopt our final priorities. And so for those of you that submitted information, I want you to know that Mr. Garcia and I greatly appreciate your contributions and input, and we value that. Overwhelmingly, there were 2 priorities from the 5 folks that contributed on this that it was extremely clear. And those 2 top priorities are teacher and staff retention and recruitment. There was one addition on there that we hadn't included originally that would go on to the sub-priorities within that, and that had to do with the Reading Academy. And so we feel like that's something that we'll continue to strategize and figure out once we get rolling on how to advocate for it, but that fell under the recruitment and retention. The other priority that was a clear top of the line is school finance reform, and that was overwhelming amongst all board members. So those are the 2 top ones. Now, what I got to tell you is we have a bunch of different people, and that's what's beautiful. We have different people, different minds, and different things going on. And, frankly, there's a lot of changes we all want to make in education. And so it's kind of hard because we're narrowing it down to just these 3 to 5, and it's really recommended to do 3, and 3 that you think you can really achieve, especially since we have all those sub-priorities within the 2 top-tiered ones. And within that, we're all over the map. So I would like for us to discuss, to limit the discussion about teachers and retention, because we've all agreed on that. Limit the school finance. Again, that's another agreed no-brainer. And carry on with what I'll tell you the next ones are. And that is, one is student and staff mental health. The other one is charter schools, state accountability, and then ballot language honesty. And, we can, as a board, elect to change or make a decision to change and not do 3 and increase the number to try to appease everyone. So I'm just going to put that out there. That's an option. The other thing is for us to just hone in, do the work, and figure out what we as a board collectively want to do. So I would like to open up the floor to hear from each of you about these various priorities, if there's something where you strongly support it and why, and see what we can do to get all of us on this ship chartering forward. I do know that the district, one of their top ones, I think it was the number 1, is charter schools. Am I correct on that, Dr. Whitbeck?
It's tied to funding, but yes, it's equity with charter schools, basically just having an equal playing field to the requirements and to the fact of accepting all children.
Yes, and I think some of our board members felt that strongly as well. So I want to put that out there and let you all know that was, from I believe with our meeting, the district's pretty much number 1. And so keep that in mind. And then if we would I'll open up the floor to you all. I'd love to hear what you got to say, because this Great to hear. Yes, Ms. Hannon.
So first, I just have a couple of points of clarification, and then just to remind our audience that this is the second time that we've talked about this from the dais. So we haven't had a great deal of conversation, but I do appreciate Mr. Garcia and your work on this. So thank you. And so I want to understand the bullet, because if this is going to be drafted, it won't be drafted, and the rest of us won't necessarily see it until it comes out. Can you, or
Can I clarify one thing for you? So you would see it when it comes out. So I want to establish this. We're going to identify these priorities, and then the goal is next week we would vote on them.
okay,
Okay, and then thereafter, we as a board, I would like to set up a meeting on our strategy on how we collectively would advocate.
Okay,
So
gotcha.
you would see
Gotcha.
the final writings. This is a collaborative effort. It's just that Mr. Garcia and I are kind of,
I gotcha.
okay,
But
quarterbacking
before
it.
you draft it, I want to understand the bullet under teacher staff, allow certified teachers from other states to automatically qualify for Texas certification. I get the idea behind that, but I'm also worried. I'm worried by that because teachers are coming from districts, states that don't look anything like the Texas Essential Knowledge and Skills or the framework for the requirements for teaching. So I just want to know where that came from or what.
Okay, so first off, that was input from folks, and I'm really trying to get more high level. What are we focusing on as far as the teacher staff recruitment and retention? These sub-pop bullets are not necessarily completely firm. We will do that in our strategy on what we write. We will
So
dig
the
deeper.
board will have a deeper discussion?
Yes, the board.
Okay,
So right now, we've identified we are going to
Okay,
focus.
so you're just wanting the three or four priorities.
Yes, what are our priorities as a board? And then we will do a deeper dive meeting thereafter together to where we strategically identify and how we're going to do it. And we will also craft our messaging on what it is specifically.
So we will vote, and I'm sorry to be slow, but so before we vote on this on the 27th, we are going to have a meeting among the full board to craft the language for our legislative priorities.
Go ahead, Mr. Garcia.
We're going to vote on just the top priorities, and then after we vote on them as a board, then we're going to dig into and start talking about the bullet points in between, more of the minute details, more of a strategy, collective strategy on.
Okay.
These are the points. Now, how do we advocate for them? What are the specific languages around those points? And that's kind of where we need input from.
Thank you. I got your process now. I didn't understand that. So then I guess I am gonna ask, since I guess we will clarify these things at a later time, and some of the things that didn't wind up on here, we can just individually advocate for getting them there. But one of my questions is, if administration, charter schools is one of their number one, I wonder if that cannot be embedded within teacher staff recruitment or school finance. Do you see what I'm saying? Because it would make it easier for us to choose one, because while I do believe charter schools, it's created a very uneven playing field for us to attract and recruit not only students but teachers and funding. But I do think it is a very large issue for funding, because we lose students. And so I guess I'm asking, I know this is the board's legislative agenda, but if that's coming from administration, that's a big ticket item for you, I'm wondering how we couldn't make that live within another category.
And Madam President, if you may, we talked about that earlier today, is if we're trying to hone in on 3 or 4, and we've got 6 or 7 of these things on here, maybe there's a possibility we can consolidate. And one of the things that came up was charter schools. If we could take charter schools and move it to a different category, it's something that we definitely talked about. So it's absolutely possible. And I think that's a really good point that you brought up, Ms. Hannon. So I would be all for it. I think charter schools, focusing on that, I think advocating for that, especially with a district this size and seeing some of the growth on certain parts of the district and seeing some charter schools popping up right next to us, we're experiencing some of that pain. So I definitely would like to get it somewhere in here, if not its own item, maybe embedded in with maybe the school finance section. But,
Okay.
yeah.
Okay.
But
So
I'm with
maybe
you.
anyway, I'll
There are several of these that's the thing with education is they all kind of can fall under different buckets, right?
Right.
That's the same thing with mental health, right? Mental health can fall under finance if we want more funding for mental health. It also can fall under retention if we're trying to support our staff with mental health and wellness.
Right.
So, I mean, there's many of these kind of overlap, and that's why we feel like we need to have a deep dive meeting on how we're going to strategically approach these, because we want to make sure that we're all in sync and working together and that we're in agreement so we can charge forward and advocate.
Right. Because the ballot language honesty is a giant thing across, the 1,100 districts in the state. But if I have to choose 3, I'm not going to choose that one, because so that's my quandary as to how we make that decision from the dais tonight. Because clearly I have my 3 in mind, but I see where some of them could collapse. So when we finesse the language.
So what's your 3? What's the third?
Well, if I'm having to knock that down to 3, it would be teacher recruitment and retention, student mental health, and school finance. And I'm going to just tell the rest of the board why I do that is because I think charter schools and ballot language honesty can collapse into school finance, because that ballot the language that they're requiring us to put on the ballot is impacting school finance because of the confusing state that it puts voters into, right? It's a direct hit to voters when they go and they're like, what does that mean? And I think charter schools can go there as well. I also think that there's pieces of the state accountability that could go right into teacher and staff retention. Because, like, for instance, you have reduced the number of texts to enable teachers to have more time to catch students. Well, the Texas Essential Knowledge and Skills is directly related to accountability and STAR. You can't, if you reduce those, you've changed the entire accountability, the way we assess students. So, and teachers don't want to go to a school that's rated F right now, right? So it impacts. I just think we could finesse it in some ways that we can collapse some of those other ones in there. And thank you for giving me that amount of time. I'll relinquish the floor to another board member.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Hannon. Mr. Hamilton.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you, Madam President. Can you tell me again, so I think that there were a few that were kind of tied for third place, maybe. Can you run those by me again?
Honestly, on the tied for third place, everybody was pretty much all over the map.
Okay.
So there wasn't really a close tie anywhere.
Okay.
It's, I think we all agree mental health is important, right? We all agree ballot language is important.
Right.
We all agree state accountability, et cetera. All of these are important.
Right.
So it's just a matter of us identifying and determining where we're going to focus our efforts.
Yeah.
And I do have a concern that our top two may get too heavy, right?
Yeah.
And so we'll have to definitely focus on figuring out how to tweak those so that our messaging can be correct and we can be succinct, because it could be overwhelming to the recipient.
Yep.
If it gets too heavy under one point, right?
Right, yeah. Yeah, I share that concern about putting all of them under two headings, and then you kind of defeat the purpose of only having three, because the purpose of only having three is to try to actually get three across the finish line. So I also want to say that I want to respect that admin has charter schools as their number one. So I would say that's as just from right now, I would say that I would put that as my third, along with the two that we seem to agree on. With the caveat that I think if you listen to people who are pro charter school, I think they paint all charter schools with the brush that really only applies to the charter schools that are doing a great job. And then I think if you listen to people who criticize charter schools, they kind of do the opposite. They paint all charter schools with the worst brush. Or they use the worst examples as if those define all charter schools. So I just wanted to. I think we should be careful. So I'm wired a little bit differently, as everybody's probably realized by now. But just kind of my background's kind of a competitor's background, and then also kind of in sales now. And so I think we should view them as competitors, and we should kind of view it as wanting a healthy competition. And so I think we all agree that we want there to be the level playing field. But I think in the way we communicate that, I think we should be careful to say, we want good charter schools here in our community because we want what's best for our families. And so if a family decides that there's a charter school that's a better option for them, then I think we should support that. While at the same time, there is valid criticism for those bad situations. I've got two friends who've had really bad experiences with charter schools, and so there are bad experiences. There are bad charter schools out there, and I think pushing for that level playing field would help in those areas. And I just think we should be careful to not paint them all with the brush of the bad ones.
Well, that's part of our culture of kindness, right?
Yep.
So I think at least I echo that. All right. Well, thank you, Mr. Hamilton, for sharing charter schools as your number 3. Ms. Day?
Thank you. So I have to, I'll be honest with you all. When I look at this, I didn't realize we're only choosing the top, like the points. I thought we also consider the sub points, right? So that's why to me, the discipline has a very high priority. But now I figure after today's discussion, which is very helpful, so I feel I can really easily combine this one with teacher and staff retention, because I feel that's really one of the best way to support our teacher and staff. That being said, so that will free up a spot, if you put that way. So I do agree with, charter school, because that's really, it's not fair for us. And then I feel like if we are the equal competitors, then we should put under the equal standard and the regulations. So I do see that as very high priority. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Day. I appreciate that. Dr. Gilliam, would you like to?
Good evening, everyone. I have a question before I begin. Okay, when on this first page, number 1, engaged with listening to parents, community members, staff, teachers, and students. And it's what have we done so far. So I remember doing 2, 3, and 4. How did we do 1? Because I had students to come to me who had concerns about our goals. So I just want to know how we collected the data.
This is the same document, if you will, that we had a few weeks back. And just like you have groups you meet with, Mr. Garcia and I both have met with teachers. We've met with various students from various high schools, middle schools. I've had elementary kids tell me things. Same thing with teachers. I think we're all constantly engaged with them and listening. And so was it Fort Bend ISD is having a listening session scheduled, No. But did we proactively reach out to folks and listen to them? Absolutely. And are we always, I hope all of us are, right? And that's just a standard, is constantly listening and hearing what the concerns are so that we can advocate and be representatives of the people.
Okay, so I engage and listen to parents all the time and community members and staff, and I know that we talk, but it seems like this was the way that it's presented, that I'm seeing it is like a formal thing. But if we've had conversations and we're bringing it together and just kind of not necessarily disaggregating data or seeing which part of what we hear is more important to our community. So anyway, I have some thoughts about, I just have some questions about that. Because it says it is imperative that we hear from stakeholders prior to finalizing the legislative priorities. So this is what we've done so far. So what I hear is that between two of our board members, I don't know if we had, was there a way that we could give, all of us could give information of different things that we had? Did we, but I guess that would be here.
So
right?
Dr. Gilliam, at the last meeting, Mr. Garcia and I presented to all of you, and then we actually asked for your feedback, and then we had the secretary send reminder emails twice asking for feedback from you. And I
didn't give any feedback because this is not what I understood this to be. But anyway, that would be one of the things. So this is not what I understood as far as, let me tell you how the parents that I spoke with, the community members, or what have you. So I failed to do that. So, but in doing that, I'm wondering just how much was actually received on that. If we all I know I did not understand, well, let me do this. But that's not really a big, huge deal.
Yeah,
right
so
now.
five board members did contribute.
I understand.
From that. And
so let me ask another question.
okay.
What we have done so far, we have engaged with listening to parents, community members, staff, teachers, and students. So in reading this that was sent out, this is a statement to me. I don't know, because you're sharing with me, I had the opportunity to share those things, but to me that was something that was already done in the past. That somehow, I'm just asking how
So again, at the original session when we came in, this is the exact same content.
I totally understand. I'm just asking where it's coming.
Yeah,
I totally understand. I get it. I missed it, and I'm here now.
Yeah,
so.
no problem. It's from the
Okay.
legislative committee. The legislative committee, Mr. Garcia and I, we are the ones who engaged. We also, at the last meeting, we know you engage with different people, right? We all have different people that we engage with, and we said we want to hear from you so that if there's something we don't know or we have not included, please share. Even on here, there are things on here, they didn't come from me. Maybe it came from teachers, principals. It could have come from students. It may not be something that had risen to the top, but we made sure to include originally what everyone had said, regardless of whether it was Mr. Garcia or my priority specifically, because we were trying to be transparent and share everything. And then with that, in this process, we wanted to give the board the opportunity to present additional information that was not already presented. And then once we had all of that, in addition, we asked for your top priorities. So then once we got the top priorities, it was resounding on the five that contributed, that it was student and teacher retention, number one, that we care about our people. And so that was abundantly clear. And when I'm talking to parents and the public, when I'm talking to principals, they want to take care of their people. And so there was no question about it. Regarding school finance, we all know the predicament we're in right now.
I'm okay now, can I?
Yes, please. So then with that, we want to hear from you. However,
I'm trying to say it. Okay, so let's go back. Okay, so yes, I believe a priority is teachers, staff recruitment, and retention. I also believe in student and staff mental health, and I believe there has, with the legislative priorities, I think that we need to do in being active employee in an ISD and seeing the difference on how we are working with discipline in the state and the hits that campuses get because of ISS or OSS or what have you. I think that is huge, and we have the mental illness as well. We have issues with mental illness as well as discipline, and sometimes we don't know the difference between those two on a campus. So I think that kind of falls into that. I would also, I know state accountability hasn't been talked about, but state accountability is huge. And when adjusting formulas and fairness and consideration, when I did see these, I pretty much agreed with all. So no, I did not add anything else. The only thing that I would have added, and we had that conversation, and it would be equity. And because we can look throughout the district, but I know that's a word that we're waiting until March to talk about in doing an equity audit and making sure that we are equitable in Fort Bend ISD. And so I'm glad that I had the opportunity to say that, because that is not more than likely going to be addressed until, I believe, it's March, and that's when we have it on the calendar. But my three would be, again, teacher and staff recruitment and retention, student and staff mental health, and / somehow pull discipline into that, and state accountability. And I believe that where we are with state accountability, how do we, quote unquote, level the playing field? How do we go into, I think it's now STAR 2.0, and that we actually call it that because that's what the state is calling it, and understanding where we are right now, and how are we going to get to the point where we don't always have to look in the rearview mirror to see what we did wrong, that we actually come up with a plan. And part of that plan, to me, would definitely come from the state in the way that it controls accountability. Thank you.
You bet. So, Dr. Gilliam, I just want to be clear. So, school finance is not one of your top three?
No, it is not.
Okay.
Let me say that louder. No, it is not.
Okay. So, it looks like, guys, we've got... well, I guess, Mr. Garcia, what would be your third?
And just a suggestion, are we wanting to adopt just the top three? What do we adopt, the top 4 or 5? But then when we get together and decide on what we want to actually advocate for, we could hone those down when we get like our larger workshop. Just to say, these are the things that are, near and dear. Top 4, say, top 5. And then if it becomes an opportunity for us when we meet as the full board to, like Ms. Hannon alluded to, consolidate something, if we're wanting to, because I like the idea of charter schools needs to be addressed, but does it need to be its own item? Can we somehow lump that in with school finance? Same with ballot honesty. I struggle going back and forth between, and I know student and staff mental health is very important, and I think my top 3 would be teacher, staff recruitment, retention, student, staff mental health, school finance, and then a tie for third would be state accountability. All day long. I think that larger districts, and then just in general we've talked about this with us being a B, it should be an A. We've got 82 campuses, so it does get hard to make sure that every single one is hitting, and I understand that, but I would like to push for that, and I'm looking at charter schools and ballot language honesty. That the challenge for me is I'm seeing people post about what is this ad valorem tax ratification, and people talking about what is a VATRE versus what is a Proposition A. Those are two different terms to some people because we're not calling it Proposition A. On some of the literature, we're calling it VATRE. So, but the actual language is I think is it's affecting us. It's going to sting because people are just going to go in. They're not going to either they don't vote for it or they're just going to vote, or maybe they see schools. I've actually had a couple people tell me they saw schools and they voted yes. So we'll see how it goes. But my top three would be teacher, staff recruitment, mental health, school finance, and then state accountability.
So is state accountability number four?
Number 4.
Okay.
And like I said, I would like to see maybe charter schools and ballot language honesty maybe sort of lumped in one of the other, somewhere in there, maybe under school finance. Or if worse comes to worse and we have to get rid of one, we could take ballot language honesty out, and now I can do that on an individual basis because, that's perfectly fine as well.
Gotcha.
And I do know that some of these priorities, and I know that TASB, that is a priority with TASB, so it could be one of those things that we sort of lean on them to push and advocate for, and it doesn't necessarily have to be, we're directly affected by it right now. I don't remember what the ballot language said when I voted on the 2018 bond, but I can't imagine it'd be any more clear than what it is now. So we're affected by it now. We're going to be affected by it in May if we do a bond. So, but like I said, that's a big one I know on TASB list. So we could I'm okay with pulling that one out and letting them run with it, and so.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Garcia. Did you want to add something?
I just wanted to add some clarity. First of all, thank you for your conversation and for the work you've done, because all of these are important. And so I think as a team, we will all work, whether these are the ones you finally select or not. I just wanted to add 2 points of clarification and additional information for you to be aware of, because I don't think it's come up. And that is under mental health. During COVID, and with the receiving of a lot of ESSER funds, additional mental health counselors were provided. So just be aware that as that money goes away, then other money will need to be for those to remain on staff, or for others, even additional ones to be added. I just want to, I'm not swaying you, because I think honestly all of these are good and all of these are important. But I did want to mention that. And the other thing that I wanted to mention is under state accountability. Just last week, Superintendent'S received a very deep dive in what's ahead in, as Dr. Gilliam mentioned, but what's coming with the readjustment of A through F. And in all of my career, I've never seen anything quite like what's coming. And it is disheartening. It is disappointing. It is, in my mind, I'll be blunt, unfair, this close to COVID. And this was based on a Senate Bill 1365, which you have on your paper, which stated that the commissioner needed to do a revision of A through F at 5 years. Well, that was prior to COVID. And yet it's on schedule to happen as if COVID never occurred. And it is, and just based on preliminary information, one example of the graveness of this is that under college career military readiness, about 70% of school districts received an A. We received an A, and based on the new calculations, 20% of the districts would receive an A. So we're looking at a major change and a major drop across the board. So I just want you to be aware of that, as not that needs to rise, because I can tell you that our team, and there will not be a superintendent meeting that I will be quiet. That this is just almost criminal to do to our kids after just coming out of COVID. So, but I just want you to have those two pieces of information as you're making your decisions.
Thank you, Dr. Whitbeck. Ms. Day, did you have additional comments? Okay. All right. And for me, I'm clear with the teacher, staff, and the school finance. I think the third one is a toss-up for me, and the reason why is because charter schools being number one administration, I want to support administration, but y'all know I care about kids and their mental well-being and what's going on. So I'm kind of, to be honest with you, a toss-up on the mental health and the charter schools for that reason. I guess what I'd propose to you guys is if we have our top three, and it sounds like looking at this when I see how many on charter schools and how many on state accountability, we can all agree it's important. I mean, we could, when we put it all together, just have our main three and then have it sounds like we kind of want it all. Does that make sense? We want our cake and we want to eat it too, right? I'm almost thinking we just go for 5. What do you guys think about that? Does anyone have any concerns with going for 5 versus 3? Because frankly, I want every single one of you to be all in, right? And so part of being all in is being able to get behind and support issues. And the reason we designed the committee so that it was 2 people is so we could add a third depending on what the issue is. And so frankly, this is kind of the beautiful part, and where I think this strategy may work is if we add the additional priorities, we can bring in that third person to where we can collaborate with you and not break the law, right? We'd be compliant with TOMA and have maybe somebody helping us with the mental health or helping us with charter schools, et cetera, and divide and conquer. So that's just a thought. I want to hear y'all's feedback on that, though, and what do you think of that approach? Dr. Gilliam.
I have absolutely no issues with that approach. I think that approach will be good. I would just like to make sure that we, when we do have these conversations, that we have very good minutes on what we discussed, what we decided upon during that time. I believe all of this is important that's here, all of it. And, when you tell me to give 3, then I'll give you 3. But honestly, I can definitely hop on board with all that have been mentioned. Thank you.
Mr. Hamilton. Thank you, Dr. Gilliam. Mr. Hamilton?
So I think just looking at the student and staff mental health, I think the staff mental health would fall naturally under the teacher and staff recruitment and retention. But obviously the student part doesn't fit as naturally there. And so wanted to make 2 comments there. So one, I think if we do a better job on the staff side of the equation, I think there's going to be some natural carryover onto the student side of the equation. In that when our teachers are feel more supported and appreciated and valued and all that kind of stuff, which we all have a commitment to doing those things, and we can grow in all those areas, I think. And so making progress in those areas, I think, will check both of those boxes, even if the student doesn't fit there. And I'm just saying, if we either limit it to 3, or if that one doesn't make the top 5 or whatever, I think that would be a way to at least get part of the equation, would be to move the staff mental health into the teacher and staff recruitment and retention. And then on that one also, I think just kind of, we all agree on that. But I think Dr. Whitbeck's doing a great job. I think as far as her leadership is over time going to make the district a place where our staff and our teachers want to work, and I think one of our big challenges is just trying to get that from the top more consistently throughout the district, and I think we'll get there. And I think I was just kind of thinking about that, just a way to phrase that, I think, and I think Dr. Whitbeck does this really well, and if we can use this phrase maybe to promote it throughout the whole district, just the leadership throughout the district, taking the mindset, each rung down the chain of command, that your success is my success and your failure is my failure, to where, I think just taking that approach throughout the admin level and then at each campus, I think will just show our staff and teachers that we support them and build that kind of place where in the area that this is the district where even more teachers want to work, because we are that district in a lot of ways, and there are teachers in other districts who want to get here, and so I think we can grow in that area even more. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hamilton. I appreciate that. And yes, creating that culture is huge. All right, Mrs. Day.
So, so I agree. Everything on these 2 pieces of paper, they are all very important. But I just want to remind us, I think the reason we had this discussion, because we don't want to have too many. We wanted to have our focus. So if we have everything here, because we need to advocate, right? So for example, if we go to our state rep, we do want to have some focus. And then we even maybe need to approach to our other SD board members, right, to push together. It will be hard if the more we have on the paper, the harder it will be. I just want to remind the board that's why we're to start this conversation in the first place. So for me, I feel like if we can choose, I think based on the conversation, if we have the retention and then we have, school finance, because without money, really, it's hard to educate the kids. And then to keep the teachers. And then the state accountability, and then we can put a charter school maybe into the state accountability, right? And under there. So to me, it's more like we do have just listening to everyone's discussion, I almost feel like we have our 3 top priorities. It's the sub points. What's under there? It needs more discussion. So that's just my input. I just want to remind the reason we're here for this discussion, because we wanted to have some focus. So thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Day. And you're right. The whole point on this is to try to narrow it down. And frankly, it's not easy because we need all of this. So the struggle is real. How about that? Mrs. Hannon.
Yes. I'm fine with Mr. Garcia's recommendation if we wanted to add more than 3. And I don't mean to put a kink in the system, but I had also made a recommendation to the advocacy committee that we create an agenda to advocate at the federal level, because we have some things that we need to advocate for, and we can talk about that when we meet more strategically. And I just think as a new board, and with Dr. Gilliam and I celebrating our 2-year this month, I think I go back to Dr. Gilliam's comment about how we engaged parents and community members, and I think what would make the job not easier, but more beneficial to the district is that when we move forward, that we actually utilize some of the software that the district used, like during COVID, to actually reach out. I can't recall what it was called. Do you recall, Ms. Martinez, where we capture opinions and thoughts from parents?
Sure, the thought exchange.
The thought exchange, where once we established sort of a draft of what we are looking for, because I realize that we collected this information anecdotally, but some of us may not have captured it intentionally. I gave a bunch of information about what I think we need to do with reading academies, because that just, I thought to myself, what have people come to me about repeatedly? But I didn't seek that out intentionally. And so I think seeking things out intentionally might create a different platform for us. But as I said, we're all new and we're all learning, and this is how we learn, is by working together and having the conversations. So anyway, again, I 3 is fine, but I support if we need to do 4, because like Mr. Garcia said, TASB is going to advocate for everything that's on our list, everything, because it was voted on in September. And so all of these things are here. They're very succinct. They're there. And so I think just when we choose, I don't think they don't have to be long and lengthy. And so I think if we utilize the TASB format, then to Ms. Day's point, that it wouldn't be difficult to speak to more than 3 things. We would just have to make sure our resolution is tight. Thank you.
Okay, so it looks like we're still, I'm not sure what I heard, whether it's 3 things or 4 things, and not from you, Ms. Hannon, I'm thinking from everyone, right, on exactly what we're going to do. I'm not hearing consensus, to be honest with you.
Madam President,
May I make a suggestion?
Yeah.
You can accept or not. In years past, what the board has done is adopt resolutions on each topic so that you can then have a resolution that sets forth all the reasons why that matter is important to you, with then some conclusion in the resolution about what it is that you would like to see happen. And then, as the legislative session proceeds, some of those issues might get dropped, they may be acted upon, but that rather than one document encompassing all your priorities, have separate documents adopted, and then you can choose on what priority you want to advocate and how you do that.
Yes, sir. We intend to do resolutions once we have the priorities established that are going to support the priorities of the board. I guess we'll proceed. We know the top two. As far, I know, Ms. Day, you mentioned continuing with 3. Would you be okay if we went with 4?
To be honest, I think the number 1, 2, 3, 4, it's not as important as the contents. Really, like how we presented that number 1, 2, 3, 4, right? So that's really, I don't think we really need to struggle like top 3 or top 4. It's really what's in there, what's under the top 3 or whatever 4 umbrella.
Okay.
So I'm fine with it. I just feel like if we have everything on this list, so basically, I just feel we are not focused on our own for Fort Bend SD. Basically, we are just supporting everything TASB is doing, which is, if that's the board wants to do, which is fine. But we also have our own, right, for us. So that's really I feel that's what our next discussion should focus on. It's what is really important for Fort Bend SD.
All right. So this is what I would like to propose. It sounds like teacher, staff recruitment and retention, that's staying, school finance, student and staff mental health. It also sounds like we're going to focus on charter schools and state accountability, and how we roll these up is going to be determined. Mr. Garcia and I will meet, and we will discuss how to try to divide those and roll them up, and then we'll assign them out and engage other board members to participate in that process. If anyone objects to this process, please let me know now. Otherwise, we'll wrap this meeting up, or we'll wrap this item up and move on. All right. Seeing that, we'll wrap it up and move on. Thank you all for your time, and thank you to all of you in the public for being patient with us as we discuss this, because like Ms. Hannon said, this is the second time that we've had this discussion as a group. All right, the next item is item B, review the resolution to convene the Fort Bend ISD School Health Advisory Committee to recommend support materials for instruction related to child abuse, family violence, dating violence, and sex trafficking. Do we have any discussion? Okay. Seeing none, let's move on to item C, review contingency of the 2022-23 budget amendment. Do we have any discussion? Seeing none, let's move on to item D, review the minutes for approval of the following Fort Bend ISD Board of Trustees meetings. August 1st, October 3rd, 11th, 17th, and October 17th. And by the way, I got to say hats off to administration. You guys have done an outstanding job catching us up. I greatly appreciate it. Hats off. Thank you for the
Amanda
hard work.
Babella is virtually listening, so I'm glad she's really the person who's been driving this.
Who is this?
Amanda Babella.
Amanda Babella, you are a rock star. Thank you. You can put that down in the minutes.
She's recording them.
All right. Seeing no discussion on that, let's move on to item E, revisions to policies, DEC local, DP. We'll start with DEC local. Do we have any discussion on DEC local? Seeing none, moving on to Ms. Hannon. Or how about this? Well, no, we'll one at a time. DEC. Yes, Ms. Hannon.
Yes. So the policy committee I don't think Ms. Johnson is going to share it with us now. She may not have that information, but we had sought out some additional information on DEC that was contingent on things happening.
You mean if the VATRE passes, then we were going to...
We had a conversation about gathering information about unused days.
Well, Ms. Hannon, we had the conversation and we said that should the VATRE pass, then we would probably postpone this item next week.
Okay.
And we would go back to the policy committee and work on it further to make some adjustments.
Okay. I wanted to say that out loud because that's what this workshop is for, so that if it's pulled next week, the rest of the board understands why that's happening. Okay, thank you.
No, I appreciate that, and you're absolutely correct. It's great to get it recorded. All right, the next item is DP Local. Do we have any discussion about DP Local? Mrs. Hannon?
No, Mrs. Malone, I don't. Thank you.
All right, moving on to EJ Local. Any discussion about EJ Local?
Yes, Mrs. Malone. I think the description is in here for the board members on the agenda item, but that it's just collapsing, and Mr. Scamardo can help me recall, but that is just being deleted because it's being shifted into another policy, correct?
Yes, Ms. Hannon, that is correct.
Thank you.
Policy DP is the new policy that's being adopted to be in compliance with Senate Bill 179, and that is addressing the issue of counselors and their roles, such that policy EG is no longer applicable, no longer valid.
Thank you, Ms. Hannon. Thank you, Mr. Scamardo. Moving on to DMA Local. Any discussion about DMA Local?
Okay, Madam President, I just want to clarify, are we talking about the what's it called, professional learning plan? Or the policy? Just the policy? Okay, we're not there yet. Okay, I'll wait.
Okay, Mrs. Hannon. Thank you, Ms. Day. Mrs. Hannon?
But to clarify for Ms. Day, that the SBEC clearinghouse piece is on our agenda later tonight, but there are two separate pieces in this policy, that there is an annual professional development plan for all district employees, and if staff can correct me if I'm wrong, please, but that is different than the clearinghouse plan. Are there two pieces to this?
It's inclusive of.
It is inclusive of. Okay, it's all one. Okay,
Yes,
I
ma'am.
misunderstood that.
No, hang on. I'm getting that wrong. Stephanie, do you want to add clarity? Sorry.
Thank you, Beth. The PD plan that you will review later includes the clearinghouse, which articulates 7 required trainings, and it also speaks to the TASB list of required trainings.
Okay, so just and thank you, Ms. Williams. But again, can we go back? Is the annual professional development plan for all district employees that we see in DMA, is it different than the SBEC clearinghouse training recommendations?
No, ma'am. The annual professional development plan that is on the agenda later tonight includes the 7 SBEC recommendations.
Okay, thank you. I didn't mean to cause additional confusion, but I was thinking it was 2 separate plans. Thank you.
Okay, any further discussion on this item? Seeing none, let's move on to FFBA Local. Any discussion on FFBA Local? Okay. Seeing none, let's move on to item F, review the 2022-23 annual professional learning plan. Do we have any discussion on that? Mrs. Day.
Thank you, Madam President. I do have a question regarding on this item. It state 4-band SD require optional learning throughout the year. So I just want to know, to support the district goals. So I just want to know what are the additional training 4-band ISDs require on top of the state and the federal requirement?
So, good evening. Some examples of the additional required training would be like IDEA or 504 training to support compliance with other district entities.
So in general, do you know roughly how many hours of additional training we require?
No, ma'am. We don't quantify it in hours because depending upon what teachers need to do in order to meet the requirement, the subject matter expert develops training to support them being able to do that.
So the reason I'm asking, so go back to retention to the teachers, right, and to support the teachers. I know there's a lot of trainings will benefit their career. I'm totally in supporting of that. But at the same time, though, I really don't want to give our teachers extra burden to give them more training than they needed. So I know it's a balance, right? And I'm not in any position to make that call. I just want to make it clear. That's you all's job. So, but I just want to bring this up as one board member. So I just want to, when we consider the additional trainings for our teachers and the staff, please just keep that in mind. We wanted to help the teachers, support them, but we really don't want to give them extra burdens. So that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Day.
Yeah, that goes back to that retention, right? Yes. Can I add just one thing, and that is that for teachers who are not as old as I am, they're not on a lifetime teacher certificate, and a certain number of professional development hours are required. And so, we are able to help provide that to our students, to our grown-ups, to our teachers in-house through the job embedded and through the required trainings as well. So that it's kind of a balance, right? And we do keep an eye on that, what is required and how does that align to our work. But also, unlike some other professions, we're able to provide that to our teachers.
Thank you, Ms. Martinez. Thank you, Mrs. Day.
Mm-hmm. Thank
All
you.
right.
Thank you for the answer, really. Thank you.
Mr. Garcia?
Thank you, Ms. Malone. And I know a lot of these we have to do. They're required. I get it. And I'm with Trustee Day on finding a balance for staff, not just teachers, but, staff in general. I was kind of curious on, I know a lot of these get done during required PD days. So that helps with some of the scheduling and making sure that they're doing. There's a lot of these that they may have to do on their own time. And I was kind of looking through some of these, and some of these there may be, I guess, like some certifications you get or you have to maintain. There's some of these that when they're required to pay for a test or a certification, are the staff paying for those out of pocket? I'm just curious. That's not really part of it, but is staff paying for those out of pocket, or is it something the district reimburses? Or it kind of, I guess it varies based on what the certification is, but.
Yes, sir, you're correct. It varies based on what the certification is. We don't reimburse for a teacher to add a certification to their SBEC certificate. However, there are things like CPR where if a teacher can't, we offer that in the district so that they don't have to pay to get that outside of the district.
Do their own internal training and hand out those certificates. Okay. Thank you. That's all I had.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Garcia. Mrs. Hannon?
Yes, thank you. So thank you for answering our questions, Ms. Williams, and thank you to staff that answered the question that I asked today about the summer contract days versus the school year job embedded. One thing that I want to point out on page 3, I guess it's page 74 of the packet if anybody's looking, but it's where it has the elementary teachers for K3 for the achievement academies. I really, really want the board to understand, and I know that this is a mandate from the state, but this is 60 hours. The Reading Academy is 60 hours, and if you can finish it in 60 hours, you're doing a great job. And so one question I have with that is that they do get a $500 stipend, which I think I calculated to be $8.30 an hour that they get. But do they get the free 14 hours during the summer? They don't have to take additional training because they can at least utilize those 2 days. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am. And it works out to a little bit very close to the supplemental pay rate because they're also utilizing all of the job embedded days this year to do reading academies, whereas last year they attended Campus PD. After feedback from teachers, we are pulling the Reading Academy to work solely on Reading Academy during the job embedded days.
Okay. And so job embedded days for the teachers who aren't doing Reading Academy, are the Reading Academy teachers missing, like looking at like campus data?
Well, the principals know who is off. Remember, it's the one grade level, grade 3, so it's that whole team. It's not the entire campus that's off during that time. So that team would not be present at Campus PD because it allows them to work through the Reading Academy.
Okay, and then they aren't having to play catch up on whatever the PD was that they missed?
They don't have to attend that professional learning. That's
okay.
Correct.
And so I really want the board, and forgive me if you already know this, but let's say I'm a teacher and I've taken off for the last 2 or 3, 4 years to care for my children, and I'm certified and I'm coming back. And in my first year, I have to complete, because I haven't already done it, I have to complete the 60-hour Reading Academy. And if I have GT kids in my class, by December, I have to have my 30 hours done. And in this district, we all know everybody has ESL. And so I have 1 year because I can only be on an emergency certificate for 1 year. So we can imagine why teachers, 1, are retiring because they don't want to do this. 2, think about a teacher coming back the year they face, right? We have all these kids with learning loss, and this isn't these are state mandated things, but I'm just pointing this out because we are taxing our teachers. We are, just like Ms. Day, we are overburdening teachers. And do teachers need to know how to teach kids to read? Yes, they do. But I'm not sure this is the way to do it. And so I'm very concerned about the burden that we're putting on our K-3 teachers. Anyway, thank you, Ms. Williams. I know you didn't draft the legislation requiring this, but I'm hoping that we can continue to fix it for our teachers. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Hannon.
Thank you, Mrs. Hannon. Thank you, Mrs. Williams. And thank goodness that they have a legislative session upcoming, and we can advocate for change. Mrs. Day.
So I wanted to thank Ms. Hannon for sharing that in detail, because I think now the board, we have multiple board members spoke up, and I think our intention is really clear. I think Dr. Rayback has every intention to help and support our teachers, which that's wonderful. So I hope we can all work together to do that. And I wanted the teachers to know, sometimes I know as a fact, a lot of teachers, it's not because of the money they stay in this career, because they're hard, right? That's why it's extremely hard for me to sit over here knowing the struggle they have to face every day. So let's all help them to make their life easier. So thank you.
You bet, Ms. Day. Thank you so much. It sure is a heart of service. Dr. Gilliam.
Yes, thank you. also, Ms. Hannon, for sharing that and bringing that to light. I have one question. Ms. Williams, do we have data on Reading Academy, like state data, on how this is helping our students?
Dr. Gilliam, I believe the state data is related to completion rates per district right now and not to student outcomes yet.
So we don't even know if it's effective right now? Or do we assume, or are we doing that in classrooms that we can tell?
Well, we know that a person has completed the requirements and understands the pedagogy. That's what we know at this time.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Gilliam. Seeing no further discussion on that item, let's move along to item G, refuse proposed purchases exceeding $50,000. We'll start with number 1. Review for the purchase of generator preventative maintenance, support, and related services from various cooperative contracts in an amount not to exceed $475,000, and authorization for the superintendent to negotiate and execute the agreement through October of 2025. Do we have any discussion? Dr. Gilliam. Okay, disregard. Seeing none, let's move on to item 2, review increasing the existing contract award under 21-085LJ, data center preventative services, maintenance, and support by $1.1 million for a total not to exceed the amount of $1,336,400, and authorization for the superintendent to negotiate and execute the agreements through April of 2024. Do we have any discussion? I think. Okay, I think I have a question, which you may have already answered today, and if so, I haven't had a chance to see that. Specifically, I wanted to understand the warranty situation and what's remaining regarding the manufactured warranty from the items that were delivered within early 2019. And were all items delivered early 2019, or was this an ongoing process that just began then?
It is both. So the original contract was specifically for the data center, and it was built in 2015, 16, and 17. So those warranty have pretty much elapsed. This addition will be adding on to 350 closet that we basically recently built, starting in 2018, 2019, and 2020. These are for ongoing maintenance of those air conditioning units that serve those closets. So that way we may be able to maintain the ongoing operation of those units.
Okay, and of course, air conditioning in an IT closet is crucial to its functionality.
Those equipment tend to heat those room up to about 100 to 105 degrees.
Yes, it gets pretty hot in there without that. So it's important to have that ventilation and air conditioning. I respect that. The thing I don't understand, though, is I see that these were installed in 2019. Did they have a warranty in 2019?
Yes, ma'am. They do have the manufacturing warranty for 1 year. However, we need to continue to maintain them, changing filters, looking at various parts to make sure that they function adequately.
Okay. Well, if the warranty was 1 year, it's passed.
That is correct.
That's the main thing I wanted to understand.
Yes,
is what was the term of the warranty?
That's right.
To understand it. Thank you very much, Mr. Pham. I greatly appreciate it. Any other questions? Mr. Garcia, were you? No? Okay. Moving along to item number 3, and that is review the purchase of project management and information technology consulting services from multiple vendors for an amount not to exceed $2 million, and authorization for the superintendent to negotiate and execute the agreements through December of 2027. Do we have any discussion? Mrs. Day.
Thank you, Madam President. So I'm okay if you don't have an answer right now. I just curious because the budget source is from three, like general fund, federal funds, and a bond. So I just kind of wanted to know how the percentage distributed among the sources, like how much, roughly how much is from general fund and all that. But,
what we would do is right now, and I guess Mr. Gwynn would correct me if I'm wrong, is we're going to try to see if we can find funding from the bond first, and then therefore afterward, in which case, if we happen to have available general fund, then we'll probably seek some general fund if needed. Brian, am I correct on that?
Yes, that is correct. The majority of the funds are anticipated to be from bond. We list all potential funding sources that could utilize these funds, although that doesn't necessarily mean they would. This just provides the flexibility to do that in the event a project meets the criteria of utilizing these particular vendors.
Okay. Thank you for that. And also for the budget amendment, like previously, I just curious, I noticed the data processing. Is that part of this? Is that considered part of this services or no?
Data processing, as in?
I'm assuming you're referencing the function.
Yeah.
Function. Okay.
So no, ma'am. Within the function, the budget amendment is not incorporating these expenditures. What the board is doing, and if the board approves this item, is authorizing the district to spend up to this amount with this set of vendors. But it doesn't necessarily mean automatically that there is a budget associated with it and that those expenditures will occur. It's just an authorization to spend with these vendors this amount.
So the reason I'm asking, the reason I'm asking is because if we remember from the efficiency audit report, so the 4x compared to the peer district, right, we are spending more on data processing than our peer districts. So that's why when I look at the budget amendment and considering this, I just want to put it out there so maybe we can look into it and see if those expenditures are necessary.
And we did try to compare the expenditure on that function with our other district. It's all over the place. Some of the people some of the district do not put this IT staff on the same function as we do, whereas they split it to other function as well, whereas we combine all of ours into function 43.
Okay, got it.
So it's not apple-to-apple comparison.
Got it. So it's not apple-to-apple comparison.
Yes,
okay, thank you for that answer. Thank you. I appreciate it.
Great questions, Ms. Day. Thank you. Mr. Garcia.
And this is just project management services as it relates to, looks like we're trying to find ways to just automate, become leaner and meaner on the internal side.
Yes, sir. We're also looking at very specific skill set, such as PeopleSoft or ERP, so that way we can help us in terms of revamp our ERP system. There's also like network services where there's specific skills for project management that we don't have currently.
Gotcha. And it's kind of across the board for all those different functions, and we're only asking for $2 million, but just for the PM side of it, as opposed to the folks that are actually doing the work. They're going to identify what areas that we need those services for, and then our people internally are going to execute the projects. Is that?
That's correct. And Mitzi, you want to add on to that? Mitzi is our executive director over information systems.
Thanks. So our intent here is for us to be proactive, Mr. Garcia, so that we can have contracts in place that when we encounter something that is like a niche skill that we're unable to staff our teams with, we could have those contracts and leverage those. But what we would do is we'd create a discrete scope of work and push it out to all the vendors. We know what their pricing is based upon their responses, and that pricing would be frozen for the time that the contracts are in existence. But it would let us get the strongest person out there to solve the specific problem that we would be working towards.
All right, thank you. And I just wanted to sort of point that out because this is just for project management services, not actually the consultants doing the work. We're going to have the folks internally to do a lot of that work. So that is effectively saving the district money because we're not having to go out and hire these companies to do the work on top of manage the work. That's kind of what we're doing internally. That's my overall correct?
Well, we would be getting some consultants that have
areas.
Functional expertise that we
But like
don't
the
have.
PeopleSoft, because
on our teams today.
Yeah.
But there would be close management internally with our current staff to make sure that whatever is done follows all of our controls and our procedures, and does the knowledge transition as well.
On the PeopleSoft side of things, and this is separate, are we currently going through that upgrade now, or we're anticipating?
We are going through the upgrade by February of this coming
February
year.
2023,
That's correct.
will be upgraded.
And the other thing is that our staff will work hand in hand with the consultants because we have to have knowledge transfer on knowledges that we do not currently have.
Very good. Thank you. That's all the questions I have. Thank you.
Thanks.
So I have one additional question. So PeopleSoft is a big undertaking?
Yes.
Why? And I'm not familiar as far as me doing it, but I definitely have some folks that I know that are experts in PeopleSoft.
Mm-hmm.
Why, or have we considered hiring someone on contract for that instead of, is PeopleSoft what we're really looking for this $2 million?
Well, we have a team of PeopleSoft developers. They're on the technical side. So we support the day-to-day operations of the system. There's lots of things that we can do within the system. Where we have a gap is on functional expertise. Mm-hmm. And, we have lots of different modules, and it would be really cost prohibitive for us to have a person staffed on site with us for each functional area that we have. So we've done well since 2006 when we've had it installed, and we've made a lot of forward progress. But there are some critical functions that we need to automate that are currently very manually intensive. And so the goal of these contracts is for me to find the absolute best consultant that's out there to come in here and work under our direction to implement the functionality that we need.
Okay, so if I understand you correctly, this is to get a multitude of various professionals for the specific niches. And in the end, we're spending money right now. And I'm saying this mainly because I'm thinking $2 million, and for anyone listening, and they're going, hey, we have election day is tomorrow, right,
yes,
for the VATRE, and we're talking about spending $2 million, which is a lot. But ultimately, what you're telling me is this automation is going to create efficiencies in the long term.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, and we already have our prioritized list of how we're planning to move forward. We have an internal steering committee, and like I said, there'll be discrete scopes of work that will allow us to manage these projects individually, one at a time, so that we don't have to add additional staff to run operations and do this work as well.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Seeing no other questions, let's move along to item number 4, review the purchase of instructional software subscriptions, related products and services from multiple vendors for an amount not to exceed $15 million, and authorization for the superintendent to negotiate and execute the agreements through November of 2027. Do we have any discussion? Mrs. Day.
Thank you, Madam President. So my question will be, so if we approve this $15 million, will this change the affect our unassigned fund balance?
No, ma'am, it will not affect the unassigned fund balance. What the board is authorizing with this action would be for us to be allowed to spend up to $15 million over 5 years with this specific set of vendors. And so, in essence, you're not approving a budget, you're approving a maximum threshold for expenditures with the vendors. And so in doing that, each department, as they go through the budget process each year, establishes a budget that they anticipate that they would spend with the named vendors. And so it would be within that budget. Also within the contract is that we specify with each vendor that the contract is in effect and force from a financial standpoint unless the board does not reauthorize the appropriation in order to support that expenditure, meaning that at the end of each year we have the option to evaluate and make a determination of whether or not we want to move forward, or, and we have a VATRE that's on the docket. If that were not successful, we have the opportunity to reevaluate those expenditures and perhaps redirect them elsewhere to support other priorities that the board may have.
Thank you. Actually, you spoke my mind, because the reason I'm concerned about this general fund, I like to think about the worst scenario. So tomorrow is the election day. If we did fail the VATRE, I would like the board and everyone here maybe to evaluate our financial situation and also prioritize our spending, right, expenditure. So to me, again, as one board member, I would really have the teachers' pay, salary, all this will be high priority to me. That's why I really prefer we do not approve like big dollar amounts that will change our unassigned fund balance. That's you spoke my mind. So thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Day. And I know I echo the support as far as the VATRE and all of us diving in if necessary, but hopefully tomorrow's a great day. All right, seeing no further, Dr. Whitbeck, did you want to add anything?
No, just I appreciate the comments, because it ties in also that regardless of whether the VATRE is successful, we've already committed to $23 million in additional cuts. So this same thing that you're mentioning is true no matter what, because we are trying to get lean. And these are actually, like, you can look at these programs on this list and think about maybe some of the students, maybe your own students, that some of these vendors are very popular with our teachers. So we also want to make sure they have the materials in the classroom that help them to teach and help them to have centers and small group instruction and all of the types of strategies that we want to see. But your point is well taken, Ms. Day, and we're on it.
Thank you, Dr. Rayback.
Regardless.
Thank you.
You are, and you've done a great job with almost $16 million and trekking along for more. Thank you so much for all of that and for everyone who's contributed to that process. All right. So it's now time for public comment, but we don't have any today. So we are going to move along and move into closed session. We will now convene in closed session under Texas Open Meetings Act, Texas Government Code Chapter 551 under the following sections. Section 551.071 for the purpose of a private consultation with the board's attorney on any or all subjects or matters authorized by law. Section 551.072, consider purchase, exchange, lease, or value of real property. Section 551.074, personnel matter or complaint. Or Section 551.0821, personally identifiable information about public school student. The time is 7:32 p.m., and we are now convened in closed session. Thank you. I think I'm just going to wait long. I'm just kidding. The time is 8:58 p.m. and we are now reconvened in open session. There are actions to consider from closed session items. Do we have any motions from closed session items, folks? Yeah, we do. I know we do. Who would like? Go ahead. Whoever would like to go first.
If you don't care that I'm going out of order, I will proceed.
Yeah, let's go with item A.
Okay.
Whoever has item A.
Okay.
Consider approval of a resolution authorizing additional pay.
Oh, I read this one, right? Yeah, yeah.
All right, Executive Director. Consider approval of the Executive Director of Business Services recommendation.
I move the Board of Trustees accept and approve the Superintendent's recommendation to appoint Richard Gay as Executive Director of Business Services.
Second.
We have a motion by Mr. Garcia and a second by Mr. Hamilton. Do we have any discussion? All right, seeing none, please vote.
Mine's not coming on.
Okay, please vote by a show of hands. All in favor? Oh, all against? All right, the motion carries 6-0. Congratulations, Mr. Gay, and welcome to Fort Bend ISD. All right, we have action items. Item A, consider approval of a resolution authorizing additional pay provided that the majority of voters on November 8th, 2022 ratify the board's adopted property tax rate and that the additional funds are available sufficient to enable the district to make additional compensation adjustments for all eligible employees. Do we have a motion for that one?
Madam President, basically I'll repeat what you just said. I move the Board of Trustees adopt the resolution authorizing a supplemental compensation adjustment as presented in Attachment A of Restoration, provided the majority of the voters in the November 8th, 2022 election ratify the board's adopted property tax rate so that sufficient funds are available to make compensation adjustments to all eligible employees.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion by Mrs. Day. We have a second by Mr. Hamilton. Do we have any discussion? Seeing none, please vote.
What do we
All
vote
in
on?
favor? Okay. All against? The motion carries 6-0. Item B. Who has the...
I've got it. I move that the Board of Trustees approve the resolution to suspend an attendance boundary implementation provision of Board Policy FC Local that permits a student entering 10th, 11th, or 12th to grades to remain at his or her campus until the student graduates.
A second.
Okay, we have a motion by Mr. Hamilton, a second by Dr. Gilliam. Do we have any discussion? Mr. Hamilton.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you, Madam President. So I just would like to, if we could, kind of walk through, as we understand it, the exemption process. So I guess take a hypothetical current ninth grader at one of the schools, either Hightower or Ridgepoint, qualifies for varsity sports this year, or letters as a varsity athlete this year, but is in the Crawford zone next year. Can you kind of walk me through the hypothetical of how that exemption request would be handled?
So we certainly can have staff address this, but just to make sure, in our resolution, we added the clause that we will review administrative procedures applicable to FC Local before boundary recommendations are final and present it to the board, so that this will allow for any exceptions to the attendance boundaries. What you're choosing tonight, if you choose to pass the resolution, is to make it clear that it is for 9th and 10th graders only. That is the most paramount piece to the puzzle because of the boundary work. We actually have Mr. Keith Fickle, the super, I'm about to call you superintendent. You are of your king. It's your own kingdom out there, right? But the principal of Crawford. And so, critical to the boundary process and timelines is to determine the grade level. So what we would do tonight, we wouldn't be able to tell you any of that. We would bring all of that back to you once we know how many children the boundary committee is looking at. Then that also affects to, are you utilizing Ridge Point enough? Are you relieving them enough? Are you filling Crawford with enough students? And it also affects perhaps siblings and everything, not just the sports, but other factors. So that would be our plan, that you would direct tonight through your resolution, the grade levels, and then the team would be working with getting those things kind of calculated, if that makes sense.
Yes, that makes sense. Yeah, so I just from reading the change to the resolution, I just assumed that this is what we're doing tonight, and then we're moving forward to the end of the process, but I guess there's a middle step in the process. So we're passing just the grade level exemption now. And then, so you'll bring the kind of the categories of exemptions, I guess. We'll have that discussion prior to the finalizing the...
Yes, we would bring forward those discussions. Now, those are listed as administrative procedures.
Right.
So not really necessarily something that requires board approval, but would be obviously board input, which many of you already have. But to determine based on what our numbers are, a lot of it has a lot to do with the numbers.
Right.
How many students you put into the school. So we would bring that back to the board, though, prior to you voting on a boundary. And we'd be able to have that discussion, and at least that's what we were thinking now.
Yeah,
So-
Mr. Hamilton, rather than speculate about how many there might be or hypotheticals, once they're allowed to draw the boundaries, then we can know with specificity if anybody fits.
Right. So I misunderstood what we were voting on. So I thought we were voting on basically moving forward tonight with what's going to be more finalized, I guess, than what it is. Okay. Thank you for clarifying.
Thank you, Mr. Hamilton. Mrs. Day?
Thank you, Mr. Hamilton, for asking that question, and thanks to Dr. Wayback for the answer. But so we are voting on this basically grade level. Plus, if there's any exemptions, it's going to be the administrative procedures. Is that correct, Dr. Wayback?
Yes, we would review administrative procedures, bring back to you the superintendent's and team's recommendation for any exceptions that would be given to students who would remain at Ridge Point or Hightower. So that's generally what this would be. So some districts there are no exceptions. Some districts have some things, and so we would be looking at those numbers and then determining how many possible would that even be in these categories. Because until you know the numbers and you know who the children are, you don't even really know exactly what you're looking at.
So thank you for that. And also, I just heard you mention this procedure. It does not require board approval, right? So basically, because of that, I just wanna make a comment. So when we consider the exemptions or recommendations or from the coaches, I kind of, the reason I have a little bit, if I call that hesitation, it's not real. I do not want to put that burden on the coach because, for example, every parents, they have their own definition what's the best for their children, that they all want to do what's the best for their children. Last time I heard all the discussion, pros and cons. It's just really hard. On top of that, I really don't want to put the coaches in a very difficult position. I say coach, but also there's fine art directors when they have to make a recommendation. So I don't know how exactly you guys gonna come up with the guideline. But I just feel like it's gonna be tough, but we all want to do what's the best for the children. So I just want to put out there for your consideration. So thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Day. Mrs. Hannon?
And so I'm just clarifying also, are the operating procedures that you're going to be reviewing under FC Local, are they in the school attendance boundaries handbook?
Yes.
That is where they are?
Yes.
Okay, and so I see that they were approved in 2019. Are there going to be, I know we don't have to approve those, that's not a board item, but is there, when you say review, are you looking to make changes?
So we'll review in light of new leadership and the fact that they were approved in 2019, and we review our procedures. In fact, we've been reviewing these procedures to bring forward any updates that may need to be in place as we open a new high school, and just to keep them current as well. So they'll go through executive team, we review, Dr. Whitbeck approves, and then we would repost them, but keep you all informed along the way. And that's, we rely on that aligned to policy to implement the boundaries.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Martinez.
Yes,
Thank you, Mrs. Hannon. Mr. Hamilton?
Yeah, so I just wanted to kind of clarify a couple of things from the last time. So I think as I thought about the discussion that we had last time, which I enjoyed, I think both sides of this, we were both kind of prioritizing fairness, and so one thing that I don't think I conveyed very well. So to me, the way I look at it is this is not, what I'm trying to do is not give something to athletes that would be unfair in the sense that other students are not getting. To me, it's kind of correcting the fairness situation in that by not having varsity sports available at Crawford, that's something that to me is unfairly being taken away from them that they would have at Hightower or Ridgepoint. Whereas, and to me, that's kind of the binary, will there be varsity sports? Yes at the previous school, no at the new school. Whereas with most of the fine arts programs and I mean maybe even all of the fine arts program, will choir be available at the prior school? Yes. Will choir be available at the new school? Yes. And so it's whereas with the varsity sports part of the equation, that's not available, and so that's being taken away from them. And I also think it's I think part of the equation is you're operating from the how can we do this smoothly and efficiently and not have too many exemption requests. And I think being clear and limiting, when the exceptions will be given, I hope and think will reduce the number. Whereas if you're not clear about that, then you might have a lot more. Whereas everybody's trying to find a way to get an exemption, if that makes sense or helps.
And I think that between Dr. Limley, Dr. Mensa, Keith Fickle, and our athletics department, and other leaders in the team, they are really looking at that closely. But it's definitely going to, if that's what we bring forward, it will be that exceptional student. It will not, it will not just be anyone who thinks they might be at a certain level, but I think they're already talking about what might work. But really, again, we've got to think also about the district has decided to build this high school. It's going to cost us $5.5 million to operate it, just to operate it. So we know that we've got to make sure there's enough kids in it, but we also need to relieve Ridgepoint because that's also a cry from the community, and be able to stop the cap and overflow. And so it's like all of these pieces. So I think once you do the work tonight, the team has the marching orders with the boundary committee to get moving on actually drawing those lines, and we can see, well, how many athletes were there really even involved in this at all? And it might not be that many. So I think it's just it's kind of a first things first. But we hear you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hamilton. And Mrs. Hannon.
I just want to say, I know staff answered me on this question, but I do want to underscore that what I'm hearing Ms. Martinez say and Dr. Whitbeck is that they're going to look through that school attendance boundaries handbook. And they're going to look, because there are kids who skip Art 1, right? So they're in Art 3, which is typically a junior, or they've skipped 1 to 2 math classes. So we have accelerated students that need special consideration also. But I still go back to my comment at the last meeting, is that we do have to be very careful, because we really do want this building to start off as a success, and we do want to alleviate the overcrowdedness at Ridgepoint. And so I hear you, and I value our athletes, but we have to look at some of our academic students as well, who have some special situations that may not be able to be met at that campus. And I would certainly hate for any kid to not be offered a certain class that is propelling them on the trajectory they need to be. And so I know that's a tough thing, and I know I'm trusting that the review of the school attendance or the school boundaries handbook will help us with that. Thank you.
All right.
My experience with that is that at the beginning of a new high school, there are a lot of teachers who teach multiple preps. And that's kind of part of the excitement and part of the challenge, because you may, instead of just teaching English 2 all day, you may teach 3 different sections, but you may have less kids in some of those sections, but you have to meet the needs of some of those top academic students that might need that advanced course. And there's also, luckily, the proximity to Ridgepoint. So there may be creative things that happen as well in this particular new high school. So I'm Mr. Frickelson there nodding his head.
So I want to follow up with saying, as we tightened our belt with adhering to staffing, I know that at other campuses we've lost maybe face-to-face sections of courses, and so those aren't available to kids anymore. And I don't want that to happen to kids that have to go to a new high school. And so I hear you, but what if there are only 8? Will that course still make? Mm-hmm. I know teachers teach multiple preps, but I really want us to consider that, because it is stressful for kids to leave their high school, the one that they're already at. But I guess we're talking about rising. The rising sophomores would really be the only ones leaving their friend group per se. Anyway, thank you.
All right. Thank you, Ms. Hannon. Mrs. Day.
So, thank you, Madam President. I just want to make a couple of points. First, I visited the new campus, the new high school. It's beautiful. It's a beautiful campus, and it's very big too. So I do understand. I think if we only have I appreciate you guys bring this to us, because if we only have a 9th grader in there, they're gonna feel very lonely, really very small compared to the space they're gonna have. So I think it makes total sense. We have 9th and 10th grader there. But thanks, Ms. Hannon, to bring that that topic is also very important. I think Mr. Hamilton's point is the varsity sports is not available on the new high school. That's really the concern. So I really hope the those challenging courses will be available at the new high school. That's really going to be if we don't have those, that's going to be challenging. The last thing I wanted to speak from my personal experience, we moved many times in my family. So my kids, my older one actually came to Clements when she was in sophomore. She didn't know anyone. I just want to tell you, it's hard as parents when we look them to say, oh, they're leaving their friends, and they're moving to a new place. But by the end of the day, you're building up their character. They actually will benefit from that experience. So trust me, they are going to be okay. So I just want to share that. Thank you.
Thank you for your positive message, Mrs. Day. I want to say thank you to administration for being collaborative and for cooperating with us to finding a solution that worked to fit the crux of the issue with exceptions. That we greatly appreciate your support. We greatly appreciate the teamwork. And I think that it makes for a bright future for the campus as well. We all obviously care about all of the kids in Fort Bend ISD, and whether they're athletes or fine arts or, the next scientist or president or whatever it may be, and how they're contributing or what they're excelling at in whatever niche field that it may be, whether it's the basketball court or the chemistry lab or in art. That we're trying to support all of them. And so what I want to say is just really thank you, Dr. Whitbag, for kind of creating a solution to the issue that brings us all together. And it sounds like you're going to come back to us with whatever those exceptions are, so we're aware and can continue to support the work at hand. And Mr. Fickle, thank you for being here and staying this late tonight. We greatly appreciate your leadership on the campus. We appreciate what you're doing at Thornton Middle School currently and how you're already engaging with the community and all of those families. You're going above and beyond, and I think you're going to do a phenomenal job at Crawford High School, and it's going to be, what is their new mascot? The Chargers. Go Chargers. So thank you very much, sir. All right. We have a motion. Oh, would you like to speak? Yeah, we'd love to hear from you.
So I did want to say thank you guys for your leadership in the district. But one thing that I don't think anybody else in this room knows except me is that when I was going from 9th grade to 10th grade, I got to open a new high school as a 10th grader. So I will be feeling every bit of what the kids are going to be feeling. Though I'm the principal, I will have been in their shoes in, 1984 or when that may have been. So I just wanted you guys to know that I've had this personal experience as a student as well. Okay, thank you.
That's awesome. That's a great empathetic approach, and I'm sure you're going to be super relatable and helping, encouraging them and making them feel comfortable with that transition. All right, so we had a motion by Mr. Hamilton, and we had a second by... By Dr. Gilliam, thank you. Do we have any further discussion? Sorry, guys, it's getting late. No, seeing no further discussion, please vote. All in favor, raise your hand. All right, all opposed? All right, the motion carries 6-0. Thank you. Moving on to item C.
Madam President, I move the Board of Trustees approve the district performance objective included in the district improvement plan for 2022-2023.
I second.
All right, we have a motion by Mrs. Day. We have a second by Dr. Gilliam. Did we have any discussion? Yes, Mrs. Day.
I wanted to ask a question. So I noticed the changes on page 122. The language is in red. So over here, they said 2 out of 4 student groups, which those 4 groups are defined as African American, Hispanic, white, and economic disadvantaged. So what other groups are there?
Well, I was going to introduce Dr. Tiffany Unruh, who was on the screen a second ago.
I'm still here. My video has been turned off.
Oh, okay. Thank you. Dr. Unruh, could you explain for us that indicator and the student groups?
Yes, ma'am. So when you look at the metric that we used last year that talked about the proportionality of the student groups, it included almost all of the TEA reported student groups. So that included Asian students, African American, Hispanic, white, economically disadvantaged, emergent bilingual, and SPED were the student groups that we were tracking. When we compared the data to what we had missed in that metric from last year, those were the groups that we targeted for this year.
So basically, if I remember last year the matrix correctly, basically the main other group we are excluding from here is the Asian group from this 4. So basically we don't, yeah. So, but based on the matrix, I also, yeah, yeah.
Yes, the Asian student group was overrepresented in the GT proportionality data. We had more Asian students compared to the enrolled percentage of students. So they were over-identified rather than under-identified.
So to be honest, I have problem with that statement. I don't want to sound like disrespectful, but I don't understand for GT programs, we do have universal testing, right? And starting from second grade. And I really cannot understand the reason at such a young age, why do we have to separate the students based on in the GT program or you're not in GT program by racial profile? I mean, what do you mean by overrepresented? If we have a lot of Asian kids, they happen to be Asian kids, they are qualified in the program. So what are we going to do? Are we going to remove them? Or you're going to, what is the purpose here? I don't really quite understand. So, and also the other thing is I wanted to mention, when we educate our kids, I think when I look at the students or when I look at the people in this room, I don't judge you by if you're Asian, you're Hispanic, or whoever. I look at you as a person. And also I look at you as American first. And when I go to the school, I talk to the students, I wanted them to know they should be proud because they are Americans. And I don't call them based on their skin color, call them Asian or Hispanic because they are American first. That's where I educate our next generation. So I cannot agree with this, putting this as our district improvement plan. I cannot agree with this. So.
Can I speak, Ms.
Yes,
Day?
please.
When you had mentioned, when Dr. Unruh referenced more Asian student population being identified, that doesn't mean we remove a student from receiving gifted and talented services. If a student qualifies, just like you mentioned, we have a universal screener in second grade, and we open it up every year for any other grade level parent, teacher to submit students for the testing. So any student that qualifies, they receive gifted and talented services, no matter what ethnicity they are. What Dr. Unruh was referring to is we had certain student groups, and ECODIS is not an ethnicity, but another at-risk factor. And when we look at the numbers of students in those groups that did not qualify, it raises kind of this doesn't really match up with the demographic of the district. So is there something we should be doing for some of these other ethnicities to either make parent education so that they're aware of the testing processes? We've talked about the VISTAS program that we have at our Title I campuses in order to give students more exposure to learning experiences that might be elevated. So it's not about removing students who qualify. We would not do that. This is about looking at us holistically in the program and saying, do we have some gaps in students who maybe should be qualifying that are not? And so that's the data we're looking at.
So I appreciate that. And also I take it back. So maybe we're not removing the students, but if I follow your thoughts, which I agree 100%. So the keywords over here, right, in the language is proportionality It's not like all students. Because based on what you just said, the district, we should serve all the students, provide all the opportunities to all the students, help the students to improve, right? But that's not what I see here. So what I see here is the racial profile is a percentage of certain racial profile. It's not saying Fort Bend ISD will provide everything, the resource to help every kid to reach, if they are qualified for GT, will help them to get there. This is different from the language showing here. So that's I mean, you can call it comments or you can call it question, but I just have to point it out as a Asian American. When I sit here, I wanted to say, I don't want people think I'm sitting here because of my color or because I'm Asian. I'm not saying people are. But for example, we have, let's say we go to a school, there's a GT program. You want people, all the kids feel they are there because they are qualified. It's not because they're certain skin color.
Oh,
right?
Absolutely.
Yes.
Absolutely.
So I guess we all agree on that, which is great. I mean, I appreciate it. I think, we all agree on that. So that's why I don't see the language, though, here reflecting that mentality. Right here, what I see is the Asian population or student or white was overrepresented in GT. Why can't we just say we provide all the possibility resources to support all the students for their success in GT program or getting them identified in GT program, and regardless their racial profile. That's my comment.
So based on the feedback from the last time we looked at the DIP, we were looking at a parallel between last year's DIP and this year's, and the board had discussed that we had a metric last year related to GT disproportionality, and we didn't meet it. And then therefore, why don't we have something this year? And so what we did is we went back and we looked at that same metric, and as Dr. Unruh indicated, when we looked at the breakdown, there were specific student groups where we did not meet that goal, and there were some that we did. And so that's why in this one, only those specific ethnicities and student groups, like EcoDis, were included, because we wanted to mirror what we had done last year in the DIP, but focus on the groups in which we did not meet that metric last year. So that's why it's written the way that it is for this year.
Thank you so much. Actually, I wanted to clarify my comments, my question is not questioning the work from the staff, because we are sitting here on the dais and we are the one who leading the district. And I wanted to make my position as one board member, my position clear on this. So that's really the purpose. I appreciate all the work, all the hard work you put into this. But I wanted to all the staff to know this is not criticize your work. This is the direction I'm trying to put out there from one board member. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Day.
Thank you, Mrs. Day. Thank you, Mrs. Hubbard. Mr. Hamilton?
Yeah, I just want to say that I completely agree with what Mrs. Day is stating here. And so I think this is setting up a very problematic situation where basically a non-GT student in two different categories is going to get two different like the resources will be different for those two students on the basis of race.
No, sir. So this indicator helps us to determine and gauge access And as Ms. Hubbard shared, when we look at our data and we notice that the representation of GT students is not mirroring the makeup of the district in terms of the demographics of the students within the district, then we have to begin to ask, well, why is that? Did the teachers not know to nominate the students? Did they not know what to look for? Did the parents not know to nominate the students? How can we make sure that we're giving access and informing and helping the campus and helping the parents? That's just one example to reach out so that we are proportionate, so that we're not noticing that only one race or ethnicity is higher in the programming because they didn't know how to access, or they were not provided the opportunity to access. The services are the same. Purple, that doesn't matter. All children are provided the services when they are identified as GT. It's driving us to be able to look at and analyze that data and be able to confirm to you all that we are aware of where we might have gaps and what we're doing to close those gaps and serve all of our students.
Okay, so but by stating that basically reducing the Asian representation in GT.
That's not what we're doing. Any student who goes through the GT identification process, who qualifies, there is not a different standard. There's not a different standard for qualification for an Asian student or an African American student. It's the same qualifications, right? Okay. If they score, they are identified as a gifted and talented student. We are not shrinking a certain student group because there's more of them than another. So I do want to be clear on that. The identification process is standard. Okay.
But just by the way that we're framing the equation as we have an overrepresentation of Asian students, we should be celebrating that, and we should want to celebrate. So we have students of all races who are thriving in our district, and we should celebrate every one of them. We have students of all races who are struggling or not thriving, and we should be helping all of them equally. And I think just stating it, so I think Mrs. Day asked the question perfectly by saying which you listed 4 categories and left out one. And I just think that's blatant discrimination in a way that sets us up for problems. So you get proportionality either by increasing all the others, and to me you only achieve that by looking at a non-GT Asian student and saying, well, we don't need more of you in GT. And you look at non-GT of other races or of the economically disadvantaged students and you say, we need more of you. And so that it's just problematic. And so to me, equal opportunity should be the goal, should be the standard. And again, celebrate all students who are thriving and help all students who are struggling, regardless of skin color, regardless of any other factors. And then there's also an equity component where I think we all know that the economic disadvantage factor is huge in education outcomes, and so we all want to support those students. I think we all know that parent engagement, parent involvement is a huge factor, and I think we all agree. Let's find ways. Step one is get more parents involved and engaged, and another step is where the parents won't be engaged. Let's find ways to supplement that so that doesn't mean that that situation doesn't have to be their destiny. And I just don't think that putting this as a goal in this way. I just agree with Mrs. Day's statements that she made.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Hamilton. Mr. Garcia?
So I think, and I was going to send a separate email, just had some separate offline questions, but as you've explained it, the way it's coming to me in my head, and I've taught GT students before, the goal isn't to remove or lower the amount of, the goal is to have, instead of me teaching one GT class, the goal is for me to teach 4 GT classes. You want more kids in GT regardless of race. I think what you're saying is that if African American and Hispanics are not getting testing at GT, that's what we're trying to figure out, why we want those numbers to go up. If we're saying that the district is 25% Hispanic, 25% African American, but only 5% of them are in GT, that's half of our population. It makes sense that we want, but if you have the Asian population, there's 25%, and then they're at a much higher percentage. That's great. We want that percentage to also go up. I just think maybe the way that it's come out, it's worded. But I think based on the way you're explaining it, I think that's kind of the overall goal is teachers teaching more GT classes instead of me just teaching one GT class. You want more kids to, but some other questions that I had was like, how exactly are we, if we're trying to get other students, more students to qualify for GT, and you're sort of focusing in on these groups, what, and this would be a separate conversation, but what kinds of things do you do differently to, because it's not like you're giving them prep for GT, so, that was one of the things that I had. It was a sort of separate question that we could talk about. But then if you're doing it for some groups, well, why aren't you doing it for some other groups that are already performing it, or higher percentage of getting into GT? So, but my overall thought process is that's the reason why we're doing it, is to get more kids to qualify for GT instead of saying we're trying to get less kids to qualify for GT. That's my understanding, correct?
Yes, and we want to find all of the students who might not be being tested to go through the identification process. We have kids who come in after second grade when we've done our universal screening already, and maybe the parents are unfamiliar with the process that we use in the district. So like y'all had talked about earlier with parental involvement, and Ms. Martinez had mentioned, making people aware of the process, reaching out to some of our campuses who have less. We have some campuses during GT identification who submit a whole lot. Parents submit a whole bunch of kids for testing. That's awesome. We test every single one of them. And if they qualify, we're going to give them GT services. But we have some campuses where the parent submission rate is really, really low. And we want to increase that so that we can find the kids who need the services and provide the services. And I think that speaks to what you're saying.
You only do the screeners in second grade, so at that point, if you can test somebody in second grade, then maybe the parent, my kid's really smart, I'm going to test them again in third grade or fourth grade or whatever, then those are options down the road.
A parent or a teacher can submit a student for identification every year.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Mm-hmm.
On the VISTAS program with kindergarten testing, what's the reason, like he just mentioned, the second grade testing, what's the reason we start in kindergarten?
With the VISTAS?
With VISTAS, because we do GT testing in all title. I don't know if you gentlemen are aware of this, because this I learned last year, but we do testing of every single child. So it's not parent recommendation. Right? It's not teacher recommendation. It is 100% of all children at Title I campuses, so the economically disadvantaged, are tested for GT via the VISTAS program. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, and can you tell me why? Why do we test in kindergarten versus third grade since we're testing in second? What's the key about kindergarten?
So we would be able to use the data from that test to give us information about kids who are maybe on the cusp of qualifying for GT, and then those students would be able to be placed in kind of a cohort together with a trained teacher that provides them with some enriching learning opportunities, specifically in literacy instruction, that they might not be getting in their home environment, so that when they take the test in second grade, they have experiences at the school that might better prepare them not to take the test, but it's literacy instruction that's at maybe a more of an enrichment level. It gives them some experiences that maybe they might not be getting at home, to get them ready for that test in second grade.
Okay, so we're preparing these kids to equip them to perform better on the COGAT test in second grade.
It's not a test taking though experience. It's embedded in their learning environment.
Okay.
And I can get some specificity on what that learning environment looks like if y'all would like that information.
All right. So we're preparing them, though, via the VISTAS program, and we're also doing parent education to support this process for said group, specifically economically disadvantaged students at Title I campuses.
Yes.
All right. So that was more so just clarification so that we're all on the same page here with this process. And then we test again at second grade.
Yes.
But we don't just test Title I, we test every single child in Fort Bend ISD, regardless of race.
Yes.
Okay. So just wanted to put that out there and make sure we're on the same page. Mrs. Hannon?
Thank you.
Ms. Hubbard.
Thank you. And I'm going to start with saying the Texas State Plan for the education of gifted and talented students says that the board should get an hour, I believe it's an hour training. And I think that, I know this board hasn't had that training since I've been on here, and that might be a benefit to this board. Many people know my background is in working with diverse learners and learners who maybe didn't have the same opportunities as some learners from higher income, or making sure that we do not have disproportionality. And this isn't a problem just in Fort Bend, it's a problem across the United States. And it's not, we don't, Dr. Gilliam mentioned that in March that we're going to have conversation surrounding equity. And this is one of those issues. And just like we have conversations about the response-driven accountability with disproportionality in special ed, as it's referring to behavior and how we are disciplining students, we don't, I don't think any one of us up here would say we should be disciplining one set of students differently than another. And to me, this is for someone who has also been involved in GT as a parent and a community advocate. I am just so grateful you put this back in here, because we have about an equal distribution of like 27% Hispanic, 27% African American, I may be off a percentage or two, 27% Asian, 16% white. And if you look at our numbers of GT, we are disproportionate. We are incredibly disproportionate. And I believe that out there in our African American community and in our Hispanic community and among our English learners, we have the same amount of students with potential, and that is what the gifted and talented programming is. It's about trying to foster and support that potential. And I think that's what the Vistas talent pool is trying to do, is foster and harness that potential that those students have to move them on. And so whether this needs some wordsmithing or not, I think that this is definitely something that we have to work on, and I know we're working on it. I know the GT department has been working really hard at the universal screening, trying to kind of level the playing field, because not all kids come from a house that have highly educated parents with bachelor's degrees or master's degrees or doctorate degrees. We also have different communities who respond differently to education. Not respond, that's not the right word, but we have children who have different access to learning opportunities in their home, is maybe what I'm trying to say. And part of this is trying to level that playing field. And if any of you read your board update from last Friday and you looked at the number of students who were awarded those PSAT sort of merit kudos, right, for doing well, you didn't have to look very deeply to see the disproportionality among campuses, right? And so I know that's not necessarily connected to GT, but sometimes that might affect the number of kids we see in AP classes or, the kids we see in AAC classes. So I think it is vital for the success of this district that we do continue to work on disproportionality of our low-income students, our black students, our brown students, and I don't oppose, maybe if this said reduce disproportionality rather than increase the proportionality, I don't know if that would be more suitable. But I do want to underscore the purpose of this is not to reduce the number of Asian students in the program. It's that notion of, a rising tide lifts all boats, right? And that's what we're trying to do for everyone. So I want to thank the board for adding that in here. I know you didn't necessarily have to do it, but I do think the state plan for GT is the flavor of the wording is that we do have it in the DIP. So thank you very much, and I do hope the staff will help, and the president of this board will consider adding that required training for GT for the board. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Hannon. And yes, I've already taken a note about the training. Be happy to get that on our schedule. The percentage I'm hearing like mixed things from everyone, to be clear, to where now I'm almost confused. When I read the language, I have some of the shared concerns as Ms. Day as for what it actually states versus what it sounds like the intent is. And then when I heard about the percentages moments ago, about 27, et cetera, relative to the total population, actually that is clear to me that relative to the population, we really are trying to manage our percentiles of groups, which is concerning because then that actually, to me, goes against advocating for all kids and for just increasing the numbers in general. I do want to say thank you, though, on the VISTAS program. I want to know how successful it is. I don't know what the effects of it are. So we are doing things differently at campuses. So I understand you can look at the list, and I'm going to use Clements High School, for example, because we all know how incredibly successful they have been academically for eons. Well, in these Title I campuses, Fort Bend is supporting the VISTAS program and trying to increase those numbers. So for that, I appreciate it. However, with all of this, Ms. Hannon, you kind of hit the nail on the head with the wordsmithing, and maybe we need to wordsmith it. I think it looks like we're not really ready for this indicator to move forward. And so I would recommend that we pull this indicator and work on it. But we do need to move forward with approving the DIP for the goals and the performance objectives as they stand. And then in the meantime, I think we can hold off on this indicator as it gets wordsmithed, refined, and tuned so that we can all support that collectively as well.
Okay, Madam President, just before we move on, I just want to clarify. Listening all these comments after my comments, I wanted to clarify a couple of things. I fully support the students who don't have the certain support from family, from their campus. I am 100% behind those students. The concern I have is we're looking at the outcome. right? We are making the judgment based on the racial profile, based on the outcome. How many students are identified in the GT program? How many is Asian? How many are African American? That is my concern. I just want to clarify that. It's not because I'm thinking, okay, it's wrong. We should support certain students more than others. To be honest, I feel, for example, certain campus, when you mention that certain campus, they don't have a lot of nominations, those we should educate the parents or the teachers or encourage the nomination from those campus. But I also have a concern if we've been doing that. I assume 4-by-9 been doing this for years. It's not like we've been, ignoring certain group of students. I think the community and we are doing that for years. But if we only today, what I see here is the result. Seeing, okay, this is the DIP goal. One of the goal we should have is trying to adjust the percentage in the GT program based on the racial profile. That is the part concerning me. I think we should, support. If we say, okay, for example, let's just say African American students, we feel they don't have, we should have more, like they should have more African American students. They qualify the GT program, but they are not being identified for some reason. I think that's the solution. We should try to find out the reason why they are not being identified, and we should help them. But it's not we're looking at today here saying, okay, this is the percentage, and then we have to identify more African American students. So that's the difference between, that's what I see the difference is. One is you help all the students to be identified, or we're looking at the outcome and saying, okay, this is what we have in the GT program, so we have a problem there.
Thank you, Ms. Day. I'm going to, again, repeat that and I do appreciate your input and everyone else's input, but it's becoming very clear that we're not ready for this indicator to move forward at this very moment in time. Okay. All right, Dr. Gilliam.
Thank you. I think I'm the only one up here that hasn't spoke on this. So I just want to make sure that I'm hearing this clearly. So, Ms. Day, I'm trying to figure out exactly what the issue is, as it is stated, because I'm hearing, and I think I'm hearing with my educator ears. So, are you saying or implying that we are not doing all students in the same way, where it comes down to testing for GT and identifying?
No.
Okay.
No. So I'm seeing one of the indicator right here is saying we have to increase certain percentage of students in the GT program because based on their racial profile.
Okay.
So actually, I almost want to say is opposite what
with discipline. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
So I'm seeing is we wanted to provide all the opportunities to all the students, regardless their racial profile, to make sure they have the opportunity to be tested and encourage their parents or educate the parents. So to go through that process, to have the opportunity to be identified.
Mm-hmm. Are you saying
instead of we are looking at the number, the outcome, saying, okay, we have this percentage of African American, this percentage of Asian kids in the GT program, that means there's a problem. So I'm saying we need to treat the student, we offer the opportunity, all the good opportunity to all the students.
Okay.
Not based on, yeah.
Okay, so I'm going to speak right now as a parent that has been in the district with a GT kid as well, and I am African American. And I'm listening, and I'm trying to figure out whether or not I'll have this conversation so that I can make sure that I'm in line with being a board member. Okay, so as well as being that teacher, that administrator in the same district in what we're saying. And what happens is, and that's where, and I sat very quietly to make sure before I went here, that's where the equity comes in. However, I will share, because what happens is, and I'll tell a story. My daughter, third grade, she decides that she doesn't want to do anything anymore because she's a GT kid. Well, in second grade, she missed it. She missed the test because I was pregnant, and that was all there. And I didn't sign the sheet, so she didn't get it. And one day she tells me, she goes, I don't want to go and do worksheets anymore. She had an F, and then she had a D because she wasn't going to do the worksheets. Okay, next thing I find out that, okay, she didn't get tested. Well, we have come a long way from that, because that little girl now is 32. Okay, we've come a long way. Now, and it didn't happen here in Fort Bend. So when being where I have been, and when we're talking about from Willow Ridge to Marshall to McCullough, we work very hard with the students to pull them in, to identify them. But what happens is that many times when our children, when we're talking, I heard Title I several times. That's why Title I gets more money. And it's a matter of we do so many things for our students. We take trips, we expose them, we put them on a plane, and we take them to Washington, D.C., and, these are things, we have all of these different activities, as well as mentors and people who come. We can talk about what the parent does. I'm one of 6 children. Mom has a 9th grade education, said this before. Daddy has a 3rd grade education. I had absolutely no idea about college. This was 40 years ago. It was because of a teacher. But I believe, honestly, that in Fort Bend, if we're looking at Marshall High School, if we're looking, let's look at Hunter's Glen, from elementary to middle to high. There are times that sometimes we have parents that are worried about, well, is my child going to be able to do this? Am I going to be able to help my child? And that's where the mentors come in at the schools. So I do want to give an attaboy for many of our schools that are working and doing this. Now, again, we need to have the personnel in the schools also. So it's not necessarily always that we're not doing it. We have to have the personnel to do that. That's where the VATRE comes in. That's where the bond comes in. That's where, okay, how can we make sure? We talked about retention. When I was a teacher, no one left Willow Ridge. No one left Willow Ridge unless it was for a promotion. And we were there, but we were still working. But and I know it's getting late, but I do want to share that when we're looking at that proportionality, okay, then in my mind it goes into, okay, what about the disproportionality when it comes to behavior and special ed? So there, you can look at so many different categories, and we can go in and we can dig those deep. But I think what it is, there's an understanding here as to what actually happens in a classroom, what actually happens with the data. But that's why data is so important, which I talk about all the time. And I don't know if I'm making it clear or if I'm muddying it more, because that's not what I'm trying to do. But what I'm trying to say is that if you have 10% of one race, whether that race is purple, and 80% of your students are GT out of that one race, and you can't do any, I mean, they're still GT, and we don't do anything different with those students. We give them exactly what it is that they're supposed to have. But when we're looking at the other race that may be, orange, well, that race, okay, we do have many potential GT kids in that race. But there are many times that children don't necessarily want to do this because they may think it's hard, or they may decide that mom says I don't have to do this, or they don't like the teacher. So I definitely didn't mean to take so much time on that. And I appreciate the explanation that's coming back, but there's so many other things to this that, maybe we need to have a workshop on it. Because, or just to where we can have a conversation. But I need to stop because it's getting late.
So
Thank you.
Dr. Gilliam, I think I just want to say one thing. I agree and I hear everything you said. It's just because everything you said, that's why I don't think this one needs to be here. So that's exactly. So I support all the students. I just feel we don't need to judge them exactly like you stated. Yep. Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you. Mrs. Day, do you have additional comments, Mr. Hamilton?
Yeah, I'll be quick. So maybe I shouldn't say this, but Ms. Sutter, I just want to clarify. So you're one of my favorite people in the district. So I'm not trying to attack you or anybody else who is involved in this. So I think you're coming to this with great intentions, and you're trying to accomplish what we're all trying to accomplish here with this goal. However, I think there's a major problem with unintended consequences here. And there's a Supreme Court case going on right now, or that's about to come back from Ivy League schools, or Harvard and University of North Carolina, with their admission practices, and they're trying to accomplish the same proportional representation that we all want from an equal opportunity standpoint, and from we want to see all kids thrive, and we want to see that thriving reflect the racial makeup and everything else in our district. But I think this is going about it the same wrong way that the Ivy League schools tried to go about it, to where right now, I won't get into that, but I agree with postponing this if we can go that route, and I'll be quiet.
Thank you so much for that.
Can I get clarity on what we're postponing?
All right, so yes, I think we need to be really clear. From the beginning, even last week, and I explained this, I think, several times, the board's role is to approve the goals and the performance objectives. There was a question about an indicator for GT. So the team went back and brought this indicator forward. So when it comes to the board's responsibility, the board should be approving only the goals and the performance objectives. You'll notice that this one in red is indicator 1.11, and it falls under goal 1. But it is an indicator. So if the board, my recommendation is that the board consider approving the district improvement plan, because we need to get things moving. We're already a little behind. We can certainly work with the team to wordsmith, to talk through options with the board. But really and truly, the issue at hand is that we need our Title I students to have the opportunities and to be able to be recognized, to be a part of gifted and talented. We know that we have hidden jewels out there that are bright. And how do we go about as a district reaching out to the families, to the children? That's really the heart of the issue. If we do that, then it will take care of itself. But it doesn't mean someone else isn't getting it. That's the real reality of it. So if the word is off, or we can bring back something to the board, we'll be glad to do that. But it's not at a board approval level. And that's where this is awkward. It wasn't from the beginning. And so we've already postponed it. So I'm strongly recommending we do not postpone the vote on the district improvement plan again.
All right. So with that said, I'm going to call for a point of order in that we move forward. We had a motion from Mrs. Day, and we had a second from...
I think it's Shirley. Shirley did a second.
Dr. Gilliam was the second. Sorry, guys, it's late. If y'all are okay with this, I'd like to close down any further discussion on this matter and move forward with approving the goals and objectives as she stated, and then she's just mentioned pulling this indicator and coming back to us at a later date.
But do we need to do an amendment?
No, because we're not approving the indicators anyways. We are approving the goals and the objectives, not the indicators. Are you all okay with that? No, Mrs. Hannon. Mrs. Martinez, would you like to comment?
I just wanted to clarify, the goals have already been approved by the board. I know y'all probably know that, but it's late, so I just wanted to point that out. It's the performance objectives
So
only.
we don't need to vote.
Yes, thank you for that. Okay, performance objectives. Any further discussion, or are y'all okay with moving forward with vote? Mrs. Hannon?
So I want to underscore that I want, if you can conjure in your mind, I'm sure you've all seen the visual of providing equal treatment to kids. You give them all the same size box, no matter how tall they are, right? Some kid that doesn't put some high enough to see over the fence, right? And so I'm hearing that because of your, race or your economic disadvantaged situation, that we should treat you equally, and that to me is not the case. It is about equity in access. Some kids need a taller box to see over the fence, and you know what? I don't dig my heels in very often, but I'm digging my heels in on this one because we are doing a disservice to the children in this school district, and we have been for years and years and years and years. And I'm going to apologize for the tone I'm taking, but it's disappointing to me and discouraging to me, that we're going to approve this without this language in there, because we have really we've been dragging along for a long time with GT, and I think they deserve to be looked at. Just like, and that's one of the reasons I want this in there so badly, is because the state doesn't look at this sub-pop. We look at all the other sub-pops we look at, and it's part of our accountability system. And so that's why, that's why ESL kids are emergent bilinguals, whatever you want to call them. They're not left behind anymore. But I taught before No Child Left Behind, and I can tell you they were left behind. And I can tell you we're leaving a whole lot of deserving kids behind by not looking closely and providing them equitable access, not equal access.
Thank you, Ms. Hannon. After that, I want to make something very clear. I don't think that anyone on this board is saying that we do not agree about different size boxes to see over the fence. We've all seen that graphic. With regard to testing Title I kids, those are not every child in Fort Bend ISD is tested in kindergarten. Only Title I children are tested in kindergarten because we're trying to raise the box to help them see over the fence, since we're going to use that analogy. I will say the parent education, my kids, what I was told when my children were being tested is do not prepare them. I was not given any advice to prepare or to leverage up their skill set for that. So I do think, again, the parent education that is happening with certain groups and demographics, because we're trying to raise the bar for them or raise the box up. So that Fort Bend ISD is attempting to do that, as Dr. Gilliam already articulated, that there are some campuses working really hard to do so. And I think that everyone on this board has mentioned that tonight, and so I appreciate all of you for your contributions, that we support all children, and we are trying to increase those percentages, and I think that that is something to achieve and to look forward to, and to continue to put that work in action. So with that, seeing that there's no further discussion, we are voting on the objectives. Not the indicators, but the objectives. Can we please vote? All in favor, please raise your hand. All opposed? The motion carries 5-1. All right, the next item is item D. Do we have a motion for item D?
Is that the annual comprehensive financial? I move the Board of Trustees certify and approve the annual comprehensive financial report, also known as ACFR, which were reviewed for the year ending June 30th, 2022.
I second.
We have a motion by Dr. Gilliam. We have a second by Mrs. Day. Do we have any discussion? Seeing none, please vote. All in favor, please raise your hand. All opposed? The motion carries 6-0. The next item up for consideration is item E. Do we have a motion?
Yes, Mrs. Malone. I move that the Board of Trustees adopt the resolution nominating James Rice to serve on the Fort Bend Appraisal District Board of Directors.
I second. Okay.
We have a motion by Mrs. Hannon. We have a second by Mrs. Day. Do we have any discussion? Seeing none, please vote. All in favor? All opposed? The motion carries 6-0. May I please get...
I move to adjourn.
Thank you. The time is 10:15 p.m. and we are now adjourned.